Welcome, welcome. So yesterday we were working on this, getting kind of the right version of OpenGL um, to be initialized. It was a lot more complicated than I had expected it to be, and I think it's to do with they're very worried about backwards compatibility, but also forwards compatibility, and nobody wants to commit to anything really. But we were able to figure this out, so that's done. Um, this is effectively done, and then yeah, they're still failing. They're still gonna fail. But we're trying to make it so that the new context can reproduce the kinds of images we've already got um, in terms of uh, how we used to do things, right? Like we want the old code to effectively get the kind of context we would expect and use that to get the images we expect. Hey, Bossy, welcome back. How are you doing? Been able to catch streams as recent? No worries, no worries. You've been doing good. Glad to hear. Yeah, uh, you don't have to rework your life just to catch the stream. If you want to, you can watch the VODs at 2 times speed on YouTube. They won't have the tunes because of copyright, but you can always catch up that way if you want. I encourage people to enjoy the content in whatever way makes sense for them. Typically, just come in here to speak. Oh, yeah, more than welcome to do that too. It helps to not be talking into a void and to actually have someone to talk to. So thank you. Bad profile mask. 2. Been playing Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition Remix via an emulator. Been fun. Midnight Club 3. Oh, the racing game. Wow, that takes me back. Yeah, and they had the rights to use like the real names and stuff. Played it when you were younger. Yeah, I think I played Midnight Club 1 or 2. Um, that and like Gran Turismo 3 or something on the PlayStation 2. Spent a lot of time on that. All right, so what are we doing here? And like Midnight Club, you can upgrade your cars and stuff, right? Play too many games to list here. Same with me. Exactly, yeah. By the time we'd be done listing everything, I'd have tried 2 or 3 more games. Okay, where are we here? Oops, test. Yeah, I think this was a temporary thing to what Why did I want to use the core profile? I think I wanted to use the core profile to like verify that my whatchamacallits, verify that the fixed, yeah, the GL begin with an doesn't work. It's like the new context is going to have the core profile. Now, do I want that in general though? Yeah, in MC3 you can upgrade a lot. There's like 50 license plates, one for each state. Are you the kind of gamer that needs to like collect all the things? I remember Grand Theft Auto 3, we had to get all the hidden packages. There was at least a bonus, like every 10 or something, you unlocked a new weapon from your hideout or like your base, but had to do all the things. And Gran Turismo or Grand Theft Auto was one of those games that had a lot of things. We never even got close to doing all the things in Gran Turismo. There was a lot, and they had like these marathon like endurance races that took like literally hours. Like you had to race for 4 hours, um, just to do just to like place. Okay, what was I doing? Don't take a typical game nowadays, so it wasn't super hardcore. Did beat the game, but collecting every single thing is not on your mind currently. Yeah, old me would definitely 100% it. Yeah. Yep. With age comes wisdom around, am I doing this because I'm enjoying it, or am I doing this because I want to see that number hit 100%? If I want to see 100%, I can just, do that. There, I hit 100%. The right kind of game, I'll still 100%. Like, what was the last game I probably 100%ed? It was like a side-scrolling beat 'em up with like luchadors. 100%. There you go. You hit it. Good job. Feels good. It was Guacamelee. That's what it was. Slight digression here. Super Turbo Championship Edition. I didn't know I had that. But yeah, Guacamelee. It was a fun game. I thought I 100%ed it. I guess I didn't get all the achievements. Factorio, I've at least before the expansion, I 100%ed and got into the mods and stuff. That's a time sink right there. But yeah, this is not the test I was worried about right now. It was, yeah. Text test? Yeah. Make test run args is run test text specs. I don't think I expected that to work. Yeah, we were able to draw with this blending, correct? With the new system object, which does a create new window handle, does the new OpenGL initialization. Glad you had the passion to game. Bad internet is what killed it for me. Oh no, that's too bad. By the way, I've been a little bit, but I did try some TDD red commit, green commit, refactor commit. Safe to say I really didn't write code around testability, and it shows. Yeah, even if you just use TDD to learn better testing design and practice, there's value there. I'm glad you give it a shot. Trying different paradigms, trying different languages, trying different environments kind of forces you to learn, and you can bring that learning back to work, back to your your wheelhouse and actually do better there too. Um, so yeah, I thought yesterday that we couldn't draw overlaid correctly, but I guess we can. When did I fix that? Okay, maybe I wasn't iterating there. Sorry, I'm trying to remember where I was yesterday. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. We say GOS new system interface, which is giving us the new thing right now. Um, is it just that I've greened this test and now I need to green other tests? I wonder if I should get like, uh, wait. Oh, are we leaking GL state and that's what's breaking these? What is going on? I'm lost in the sauce here. Um, to me, it just seems like DI is very important in order to inject mocks into your production code and test. Yeah, dependency injection is huge in terms of like being able to um, test the code that runs in production. Like at the end of the day, you can't have your tests talk to production, and so um, you need a way for your application code to be able to run without being coupled tightly to your production environment. And dependency injection is like the go-to solution for that. It's so good. Here's the repo. It's a CLI timer, but kind of messed up the whole interface and interactability from the get-go. I need to write a mock fake to simulate writing a file via I/O and containing a timestamp in it. Any ideas? I kind of took a bit of a break from it because I'm inexperienced in that department. Simulate writing a file via I/O. Simulate writing a file via I/O. Maybe you just want to use like a in-memory buffer that you treat as like a I/O source. I guess like let's look here. Sorry. Timer is very basic. Most of the code is towards the parser, to be honest. Yeah. Maybe I should be looking at the tests. I imagine this is like argv0 that gets ignored, usually. When you get failures, I guess I'm not super familiar with PyTest. I don't know if asserting here will just break this test or break all tests. Probably just this test. But yeah, so I guess like, do you have the code that yeah, you believe it just breaks that test and the others will pass? Yeah, I think you're right. Sorry, I guess is there a certain file or line I should look at to see where we want to simulate this? Where do you do the writing a file that you need to mock or fake out? Oh, it's purely just theory crafting in your head at the moment. I want to write the test to force me to update the production code. If you see the commit history, I think I did a decent job. Ah, so let's try this. Test can create a 5-minute timer. Yep. Then to green it, you defined it and create just returns true. You did the minimal amount to make the test pass. That's good. After timer created should not be active. Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be active. Here, you're kind of duplicating the test that you have up here, right? It's kind of like this test kind of needs that timer already made, or well, it is still like a created creation test, and so doing the whole creation makes sense. But tests are often it's often better to write tests that test just one feature at a time. Like you could write a test that tests that the memory allocates and that you can parse and that it hasn't started and that it's got this certain API and this and this and this, and like put all those assertions in one test. But then when that test fails, it's less clear exactly which part failed and why. You have to really dig into the test to understand what part it was testing at that moment that it failed, etc. But if the tests are kind of focused on certain features, on certain behaviors, then you have basically better feedback from a test failure that this is the thing that went wrong or whatever. But in this case, I think it's fine. Some tests realized didn't really work great, and I guess those were the bad tests. The next thing to do is actually make the timer take in something in the constructor, some sort of writer. Okay, yeah. I did refactor it after that commit, but I see what you mean. I'm redefining the timer each time. So not really validating state in a great way. I would say it's fine. If it was like 17 different asserts that were just copy pasted from other tests, that's when I would push back. But I think this is fine. But just in general, redoing the assertions. Sorry, this was a great green step. But then after that, you said, okay, self. Refactor the tests to extract that logic. Yeah. And then you validate the timer. Yeah, so there's some invariants that need to hold for every timer. Yeah, no, looks good. And again, I think it is like kind of important, subtly important, to actually do this kind of practice with test-driven development, to force yourself to do it in a way that might not feel natural, but the more you practice it, the more natural it'll feel. Yeah, that's really cool. Thanks for sharing. It was definitely audit first. Yeah, it is, but it focused on the cycle mainly. Writing the test first really made refactoring a quick step. Yeah. And you know if you broke something that you care about, right? You legit was able to commit the refactor in like 1 or 2 minutes because the test passed. Yep. That's part of the magic. Okay, so I think the right profile is actually a compatibility profile. Um, oh, we're on a whip. So yeah, instead of a Linux system object with the system OS, that we can swap this back and forth. And then, yeah, just for the whip, we were requesting a compatibility profile. So I guess the thing to do is to decide what is the behavior we want. Do we want a compatibility profile or a core profile? What we want is we want to be able to opt into one or the other while there's still lots of code that needs compatibility mode, needs a compatibility profile. Migrate over time to a core profile. Do we want to be able to use the core profile because why? It's really we want to be able to opt into compatibility. At least opt into compatibility. Well, there's still lots of code that needs a compatibility profile. What do we get for using a core profile? That's a good question. I think we get reproducibility. I think we get I'm not sure we need a core profile. I think it was helpful to the core profile was really helpful for understanding that we were actually getting the context we care about. Thanks for checking it out. Revisit at some point. Also, that's the first time revisiting Python about 9 years. You said behavior. Do you think of tests as behavior? I'm going to start doing that. Yeah, the thing to test is the behavior. Basically, you don't really care what the code is, so long as, like, from the test perspective, you don't want to care what the code is. You just want to care that the system has the behavior that you want. And then, refactors can change things that in whatever way they want, so long as they don't break the behavior, right? I don't care how you display a customer record, so long as you can display it. I don't care if it came from a database or from input parameters or from uh, Timmy typing it in the console. Like, the system needs to be able to display it, so I'm going to test being able to display it, not how it's made or whatnot. Not, and that's easier said than done. Not that it's easy to say, but it's much easier to say than do, for sure. But the kind of tests that test those behaviors that shouldn't change over long time spans are going to be the ones that you don't have to constantly update, and they won't slow you down. So yeah, it's really that the core profile was useful for validating it would be useful for testing that we're getting the right, or that we have control over getting the profile, but we don't need it. So I'm going to use the compatibility profile. If we care to migrate to the core profile, we have a way to do it. But it's not worth doing that work right now. Okay. So let's undo that whip commit. Let's undo that whip commit. Okay, so then I might have been in haunts trying to get it to use the new profile so that I could run the expectation tests. But let's get this diff committed, or at least resolved. Edit this Linux. We don't need to comment that out. This is like this is a type assertion. Basically, it's saying that pointers to Linux system object need to implement the system OS interface. If you look at the definition of, like, of course that's going to be true, but I think leaving this in kind of calls out the fact that this only exists to implement this interface. So I'm going to leave that. I am going to prefer the compatibility profile to the core profile. And I bet I have a lot of tests to fix. Yeah, I think I was confused as to why I needed a depth test to get the blending I wanted. Yeah, but that's okay. I think we're in a green step. No, we're in a refactor step. And I think the test that we had that we added in this refactor shouldn't actually be a thing. We ought to be able to GLB again with a new context because we're in compatibility mode. All right. So let's fix that. Oh, we can. Ta-da. We've decided the behavior should be different, so that's why we can change the test, I guess. Yeah, notice I wrote a test which didn't really force me to update the production code, and it felt like a pointless test. Yeah, I guess there's a skill to pick up on which tests or behaviors to write to force the production code to update. That's the thing, like, if you're writing a test, and you're on a red step, if you end up writing a test that's green, that means your system had the behavior you thought it didn't have. Now that's information that you can use just to direct your efforts and your investigation, but at the end of the day, like, a test that asserts the behavior you have, or sorry, a test that asserts that you have the behavior you want is still valuable because later on down the road, you want that test to be checking for you that you didn't break that behavior. It might be surprising that it's green out the box, and that won't be a valid red step. But that doesn't mean the test has no value. And writing a test that forces you to change the production code, that's not the reason you're writing the test. You're not writing the test to force yourself to change production code. You're writing the test to force yourself to put the system into a state that has that behavior. And if it's already there, okay. You're just not changing the behavior yet. A lot of the times the red tests are added because of a bug report or because your manager says we need this feature that we are pretty sure we don't have. And that's okay. Does that make sense, Fossey? Okay, I need to find a way to test only a few of these things at a time. Checker. Yeah, there's a few tests that read the checker thing, and if multiple of them break, they get this problem. I think that's a deficiency in my testing framework. I'm going to write that down, but not work on it right now. When multiple tests use the same expectation files through render test should look like file family of helpers. If they both fail, we get only one of the rejection files. It would be nicer to be able to framework detects this right now and errors out the test as opposed to just failing. It would be nicer to be able to have tests fail independently and report rejection files independently. But it's not the highest priority right now. Docs, add a to-do about a potential test framework improvement. We don't need to verify because we're not changing code with this commit. Okay, we will font though. Okay, we want to run kind of the first tests that don't work. glop GUI text test. See, I thought this was disabled right now because we were doing like the focus convey thing. Oh no, this is the only text test that is running, and it's getting, there's GL state leaking into and breaking the test. Okay, yeah. So let's look at the rejects. Yeah, instead of a checkerboard, we got a blue. Yeah, let's not leak the state. So this is the deprecated with GL for test. We need to migrate to the new test builder version. I'm going to add dot commit whip saving code before prefactoring a migration to test builder for GUI text test go. All right, and then I think really we want to check out main. I don't think we need that sash anymore. Okay, so we're on main. If we run the tests, it's not green. That is bad. Okay, we're green. It does make sense. I appreciate the different mindset it takes. Yeah, it's very satisfying to have tests build up when refactoring though, and knowing that those tests can be deleted and the production code won't break. Yeah. If you ever decide that, some behavior isn't a necessary part of the system, you don't have to like rip it out of the system in one fell swoop. You can just disable the tests. And the tests are going to be there in Git history if you ever need them back. Okay. So the tests are green. we're using the deprecated helper here, we should use the new one, the not deprecated. Test builder dot new. I think we need with a render queue with size. In this case dot screen dimensions dx. Test case dot screen dimensions dy. With queue. Run function. I don't think we need the system, do we? I don't think we do. This isn't imported. Yeah, we don't need the system sys. We probably can remove that system import. Hey, hey. No state leakage. Do I believe that? Yeah, I think I do. What a nice, easy migration. Chore migrate from deprecated helper. Okay, so now we just do with GL contexts, rebase onto main, run the tests. Didn't we? What? Get what change dash p? What is going on? Oh, sorry. In this change, we are changing to use the compatibility profile. Okay, yeah. Okay. Um, run the tests. Is it a bad sign if my tests end up to be way more code than the production code? No, it's not a bad sign. User discretion, but test code is code, so keeping it dry is not as important as production. There's a kind of a counter argument to it for test code. I think it's called damp. Damp, not dry. Descriptive and meaningful phrases. So it's more important to have descriptive and meaningful phrases in your tests than it is to not repeat yourself out of rote. Basically, you want your test to read like a story. So to make sure that the GL context has the right profile, when we run a thing under GL context and we get the integer profile, the profile should have the compatibility profile bit set. Otherwise, we fail. I could dry out some of this stuff, like have a helper that gets the current content profile mask, but doesn't really help. And if you get too much like abstractions and too many layers of indirection, your test ends up not reading as cleanly. a good rule of thumb is to keep the level of abstraction of your test at or above the kind of feature you're testing. If you're testing how do you sort a list of ints, you probably don't want to like open a web browser and request a web page that prints the list items in the correct order. You probably want to take a list. You probably want to give it a list and get a list and make sure it's good. Does that make sense? I don't like this. This makes me feel not happy. Is it because we did a thing? Comp test.go 273. Makes a little bit of sense, yeah. And again, like there's no substitution for experience. Like the more you practice and use it, the more you'll grok it in terms of like having it be a part of how you think. It'll just be more natural. But what is this? 273. Okay. 299. Yeah. $300. When sizes mismatch, okay. Oh! Okay. This is a slightly different thing than what I thought it was. This is actually a bug in this test. This test is sensitive to whether other tests have failed on this test data before or not. Not because all tests are sensitive to it, but because this test is sensitive to it. We should fix that. To do. So really it's not this, but this is true of the framework. I don't know if this is true. I'm trying to think like how do I document this? Might just be the case for the failure tests. But yeah, it's right here. So bug 39. We ought to use a different, really unique test data file so that other tests failing don't violate this test's preconditions. For now, that's fine. we can just be okay with that test erroring out. Okay, so this is happening because we are not properly prepping and cleaning our GL context. We have more GL state than we used to, namely whether depth test is enabled. Okay, I'll be right back though. Need coffee. We'll include GL depth test in our cleanup, in our GL invariants set. All right, be right back. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Stefan. How are we doing? We're doing. We were able to figure out yesterday how to initialize OpenGL in a way that lets us request the kind of setup and context that we want. Yeah, it's going well. Thank you. How are you doing? The tunes help. OpenGL. Good, good. Yeah. Uh, ooh, hit a new bench PR. Good job. 125 kgs. Dang! Super happy. Yeah, you should be. That's a good jump. Especially for bench. Oh my god. Okay, so if we run these tests in isolation, I think we don't fail. So it's got to be leakage. Yeah. So what are we doing different that could be leaky? The blend test. We may need to defer disable blend. I'll put that there. Only thing less is deadlift on Saturday. You're nervous? Hmm. I mean, so one of the things that I've learned is that if you're nervous about something, either like if it's actually bothering you enough to do anything about it, maybe it's not, maybe you're just nervous and that's fine. But if it's bothering you, first time you're scared of a deadlift, like scared of getting hurt, um, because yeah, deadlifts can be if you don't know how to do it, it can be kind of bad for your back, right? There's some people who scaling are scared of failing a PR. well, well it, your PR is not going to go your PR is not going to go down. You haven't tested in like 4 months. I mean, you got to go from 180 to 190 for a deadlift. That shouldn't be too bad. And you seem to be crushing it. So like I think you've been hitting the gym and putting in the work. So if you don't hit it, that just tells you that's some thing that you need to spend more time and focus on. Um, you know, you'll at least get the information. So you win either way. I have confidence in you. Uh, we've never met, and I don't know you, but um, from what you've said so far, I'm sure you'll do just fine. Since your deadlift is so much stronger than everything else, 10 kg is actually a bigger increase than 20 kg on a squat. I see what you're saying. Yeah, like you're already kind of like there's diminishing returns for uh, the work you put in, and so just 10 more uh, is a lot because you're up at that upper echelon. Gotcha, gotcha. I believe in you, though. You got it. What was I doing? Trying to make sure we're not leaking stuff here. But we are. So what is it that we're leaking that would cause these reject files? Wait a minute. Why is there a U? Yeah. These files look pretty similar to me. What? Oh, they look similar because of the one. Yeah, okay. We need to fix that sooner rather than later. So not checker, but like. Yeah, of course it looks the same. Wait a minute. You just take 4 doses of your pre-workout thing, put some heavy metal on, and rip it. Yeah. Uh, bu- 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 There's ImageMagick commands to run that will help here. Image. No, it's not quite it. Your whole YouTube homepage is just 30-second low quality, stupid, funny videos. How do you fix this? Just watch like one video like that. YouTube's too dramatic at times. Yeah. I don't know if they let you file a bug report, but you can certainly mark those as like not interested in, and then hopefully they learn. But either that or just embrace it. Go full brain dead. Sometimes you need that. Just like a turn brain off, laugh at stupid things. Hopefully, yeah. Um, we have ping comp, but it's not the ImageMagick one. Not in my history. No, you made it worse. Now it's just 15-second videos of cute cats. Help. You don't need help. You got everything you need. Okay. Duh. Well, what I'm going to do is make dir checker fail. No CP checker 0 ping into checker fail, and then we don't call it checker, we call it checker fail. Like that's make clean rejects, make test run args. I want to make sure this test passes in isolation at least. Okay, so what happens when we run out all the things? Okay. Yeah, it's still thinking that this is a reject. Why does it think that's a reject? Oh, I think it's that um, we actually have alpha transparency in our debug screenshots now. Right. And then when we do the comparison, we used to have to blit it onto a black background for the pixel comparison, and now we don't. Okay. Um, what does that mean? That means that when we go to change the compatibility profile, we need to change the comparison. Um, yeah. So this needs to take. We need a background that's like um, transparent. YouTube link. Gonna watch that off stream just in case. And maybe in a. We'll just, oh, come on. Copy current address is not the thing. Sorry, my OBS, when you go to copy the current address, um, it's going to be my front page now too. Wait, this is 4K? No, it's not. It is. You can watch it in 4K. All right, let's see. Okay, no, still all about like Tarkov and American politics and a bit of pirate software. So my front page is the same for now. But yeah, 4K. I mean, I guess if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it right. Oh boy. So yeah, I'm gonna want a transparent background. Um, with newer open, well, with certain OpenGL. Where's my stream overlay? Yeah. With certain OpenGL context profiles, our screenshotting can include alpha. Hooray! You're too far gone now. I guess it's time for a new Google account. I mean, the cynic in me says they're just gonna profile your devices and link the accounts in the back end, whether you like them, want them to or not, and then you'll just get back to the same state. But hopefully they don't do that to you. Okay, so with that, we ought be able to tell our new test helper render test builder. That's not even in here. It's in test window. Nope, it's in these. Run test with cache context, right? So when we run, that's why it was a blue background before. Why am I? Oh yeah. I'm lost in the sauce here. Um, I guess it's not in the uh, GL context stuff. It's in the comparison stuff. It's when we say, should look like file. So let's look at. Yeah, should look like text. Is it just like when we do the text comparison, now we need to just do transparent background? The empty image didn't compare equal. This one's gonna need to be a black background. What? That's more wrong than it should be. Okay, why is the checker failing? And is it merely, is it crosstalk or is it a real failure? Or like a independent failure? Okay, running the test comp specs by itself does not break anything. We need to use the new things, I think. Yes. It's not render test, it's test builder, but new. With expectation checker. Why did you think that was a thing? Yeah, we need to have a with expectation that takes the extra arguments. Or like a with background or something. What am I thinking? I'm thinking that we need to, if we back up a little bit, we need to run this not with the deprecated GL for test. We should do it with the test builder. I think the thing to do is actually to do that via a prefactor. So I'm going to do that. Git add dot git commit dash m whoop to prefactor call test.go to use test builder. All right, check out main. Okay, and then so now here, instead of this, we should actually have we need to support some kind of setting the background color. Okay, so that's a feature. Render test builder test. Render test builder test data red. We need the not full red as well. Subred. I think it's this one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Render test background color. We should make it a weird color so that we don't accidentally have it. Color.rgba of RGBA. It's render test draw rect NDC of like minus 0.5, 0.5. This is not going to compile. Unique background, unique-ish, no. Purple background is a color.new RGBA. Purple background. Come on, completer. Don't you know to import image color? it's image.new.rgba. RGBA. Purple is like blue and red. Yeah, this isn't going to compile because with expectation doesn't take a purple background thing. It will, but right now it doesn't. Yeah, that is the correct. Oh, Victor. Red on purple. Now it's red on black right now, but do we have a good way to change that? I'm tempted to just commit the wrong one, run the test, get the rejection file, and promote that reject. And then I'll use that to commit or amend the commit for the red step. Test verify that test builder can take extra expectation. Can take background color. All right, let's green it. With expectation, you take, unfortunately, just a bag of arguments. It needs to be a convey first, and then a test data reference, but oops. Then you take, args. And we need to process each argument. For arg in range, args switch on v is equal to args.type. The default is fail, I think. Maybe it's not a failure so much as we pass them along to the thing, right? Let's make let's TDD, the power of TDD. We're not here to do everything all at once. We're here to take a green step, which means the minimal amount of code that makes the test pass. I'll be right back. Okay, we will use the variadic arguments here so that other calls to with expectation don't need to get updated with some background color when they don't care about that. But here, font ref, unexpected trailing arg. Welcome, Stodlabs. You worked at Google on Chrome, or you worked somewhere else but contributed to Chrome? I worked at Google on Chrome. Yeah, on the what was the name of the team? The Why am I blanking on that? It's like the performance metrics team. What was the name of that team? Chrome Speed Metrics. Team. Yeah. We aim to quantify the user's experience of the web to provide Chrome engineers and web developers the metrics, insights, and incentives they need to improve it. Basically, measure things and tell the people who should care about it, and they can use that to make things better. If you're the kind of user-facing thing would be web.dev core web vitals. It's not here. This one. That was the team I worked on was responsible for that, as well as other things. But yeah, basically make your site faster, and Google PageRank will bump you up the rankings. That's pretty cool. Are you a web person, Stodlabs? Color. No, you do data engineering work? Cool, cool. Yeah, a lot of data engineering, or a lot of data science went into those metrics, right? Making sure that we're getting good data, making sure that we're not looking at the wrong percentiles, making sure that what else did we do? A lot of it was like making sure that through no fault of their own, people weren't getting penalized when they shouldn't be. But yeah, a very data-driven team and role. So I need like the default background color, and I don't think it's exported. Where is it defined? It might be actually. Oh, no, it's not exported. Maybe we should export it. So that's the BG color. Otherwise, the BG color is V. Oopsie. It's not a render test, it's just a, yeah, okay. Yep. And then BG color is BG color. Sounds interesting. Yeah, it was very interesting. Definitely was. No import cycles allowed. You're right, compiler. We won't import render test from render test. Yay. Okay. Red on purple needed to be in there already. Now, normally I would never condone such things, but I haven't pushed the commits, and the red step really ought to have included that. And having a separate commit is just noise. Okay. So if I try to run test again, now we should get an image mismatch because we don't have the right. Wait, what? Okay, we drew it on a black background, but we wanted a purple background. Yeah. So that's purple. Oh, I probably should have set. I have a helper for this. Render higher order. Clear color. I don't have a helper for this. With clear color. It's in render test. Okay. Yeah, we need this cast to floats, I believe. Oh, it's annoying. Surprised you wrote purple background RGB and just yank the R and then paste for the rest. Maybe I'm lazy. Oh, I probably should have done that. I probably should have done that. Um, I think I was thinking back to Google days and thinking about other things, so I was just on autopilot. Uh, but yeah, let's think about how we want to do this. Do we have like a normalize the colors? Norm color to byte. Norm byte to color. Byte to norm color. We have a byte to norm color in our helper, but it's not exported. Is ACK faster than grep or something? It's faster to type because well, it's 3 letters instead of 1, but it also filters out files you don't care about. Like it doesn't look through like the .git directory, right? So if I do something like branch it. Wait, what? So if I did like an ACK for description, it's not going to find .git description. It's not going to look in uh, .png files. It's not going to look in all the things. It's going to, and you can customize which files it looks in. So it's it's an alternative, and I have picked it up and use it. Yeah, quite nice to be fair. Yeah. Um, I mean, we can just do float 32. Really? Okay, that's the. Maybe it's not purple. It's kind of more pink, hey? Um, that's fine. We can make it. We can call it pink. Red on pink. Yay. And we'll also git move render test builder test data red on purple. You also rename the folder exactly. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It'll still fail because I haven't updated the expectation, but it's failing for the right reason now. So if I do make promote rejects, that'll move what was the rejection file to be the accepted file. So if I run the test again, it should pass. Yeah, okay. First, I'm going to add render test builder test data red on pink 0 ping and commit amend it. I guess I should also amend the commit to be pink instead of purple. This says purple. It should be pink. Anyways, this is a green step. We'll go back and rewrite history. what does amend do? It doesn't make a new commit. It like edits the commit that was last committed. So it's kind of like stash. It's it's like, but not exactly equal to something like git stash, git reset head, git commit dash m, old commit message. Well, it's really git commit, and then you can pass dash dash no edit to not have to change the the message line, and then like a git stash pop. It's handy for like, yeah, as you get reset head soft. Yeah. It is a handy shortcut. Yeah, so we had to export default background, and we use it now, and the tests are green. We're happy. Lovely. Feature support. What is it? Custom backgrounds when doing test builder expectation. That might be a bit of a word salad, but it is what it is. And then I'm going to do something like, what is it? Get checkout and branch to a rewrite branch from head start there. The tests are red, but for the wrong reason. Well, partly the wrong reason. So I'm going to get reset to head and look at this diff. It shouldn't be purple. It should be pink. Eh. So the test is still going to fail because of the too many arguments, but the diff is, instead of adding purple background, it's pink background, and red on pink. We're going to add render. We're going to add everything. And then what was the branch called? Get log with GL contexts. No, it was on main. Yes. Okay, and then we can check out main and rebase onto rewrite. Let's do an interactive. We ought to be able to squash something. Bail out. More context. No, I think that's okay, actually. I mean, yeah, we're just futzing with Git history that probably no one's going to learn or worry about. You're trying lazy Git and it blue screened your PC. Duh. I think it doesn't work well with Windows. Notice issues left, right, and center. Yuck. I did the wrong rebase, I think. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. It's fine. It's not worth the time. Okay, so now we can check out the whip branch and rebase on top. Noise. And we're going to edit the test we were working on, which was comp test. And so now did I call it purple over here? No. No, it was the test builder test. We wanted to be able to specify a pink background. No, it was the checker test. Whatever. You're doing a substitute command in Vim. Was you using commas? Did I say that correctly? Yeah, I use comma by default. I just find that nicer than slash, which seems to be most people's default. You can use whatever character you want. That's just what you'll have to escape in your pattern. If there's commas within the pattern, I will probably use slash. For whatever reason, I can read commas better than slashes, so I tend to use that. Okay, so now test data checker 0 reg ping. Yeah, you should have been compared with a transparent background. And that was, which one did we? Yeah, so the idea is if I draw a textured quad, namely the checker pattern, against a blue background, I ought to be able to compare the expectation file against a blue background. Huh? Okay, it's not that comp specs. Oh yeah. We were migrating to the new test builder, and I didn't have support for the blue background. Yeah. You thought only / worked. I think that's just like what people. I think that's what the documentation uses, and so that's what a lot of people use. But it's technically any character. Yeah. Are you checking out private branches or something? Yes. I'm using private branches to just kind of manipulate history and keep track of certain things. Like that's just how I keep things from disappearing. Is I have a branch to a commit with it. Okay, so now we can replace this with a test builder dot new dot, what is it, with expectation. You need to take a C, which is a convey C. Checker. But you can take a render test dot background color of blue. You don't need to take a Q anymore. You don't need to take you don't need to purge, you don't need to do this. You're just a freestanding function. You need a Q. Shouldn't matter if I add it before or after, but we'll fix that if it needs it. So yeah, you take a Q, which is a render Q interface, and then you got a Q a func of render Q state called st, and then yes, you have to purge. We ought not have to purge. Organize my imports. Yeah, I don't know if we can do a with expectation on with Q. That did not jump to the right line. QGL test builder. Any reason why you made it private? Branches are private by default. Nobody knows about the branches I have locally until I push them to another remote. I mean, I could push these things to GitHub, but I don't need to, so I don't. Does that make sense? What is going on? It's a render test background color, right? Yeah, it's in render test. What is? Oh, was that it? No. Hold on. I'm so confused. It's a render test dot background color. Render test dot default background is a background color. So that should be okay. Is it just YCM? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Oh, I'm getting a call. Just a minute. Right, I thought they were remote for some reason. The only concern is if you lose data to those branches, it's not backed up, right? Yeah, it's not backed up. It's I think of it kind of like as a local file, right? If I lose my hard disk or accidentally RMRF it, it's gone. Um, Mostly. I mean, I have a pretty good scroll back history, and so I can like scroll back up to the last time I did like a git status, and I can usually find a commit hash that I care about, and I can do some data forensics to get it back. But yeah, if it's not backed up, it's not backed up if it's not remote, and if it's not backed up, it's at risk of being lost. That is correct. Um, but yeah, an expectation GL test builder ought to be able to do queuing things, and a queuing thing ought to be able to do expecting things. Um, that's an interesting approach. I'd worry that something could happen. You seem chill about that. Yeah, the other one of the things I do is I try to have very small commits, and so if I do lose one, it's not that big a deal. It's only one. It's not that much work, not that much time, um, and so I don't feel threatened with like a big loss if I play fast and loose and lose one or two. If that makes sense. But yeah, that's another reason to keep your commits small is that uh, it's easier to recover in the case of catastrophic failure. um, okay, so the idea here is that we want a Fluent API for running these tests, and one of the verbs in the API is with expectation, and that means that you will end up with an expectation GL test builder, who, when you ask it to run, um, does the should look like file call for you. Uh, I'm looking at this and asking myself, maybe it needs a run with state, and you uh, can pass in a function that takes a state and it'll queue it directly instead of wrapping it. Um, we probably want both. Uh, yes, I want both. So we don't need the whole queue. We want .run for queue state. take a render queue state. So you don't have to deal with the queue directly, but you still get a handle to the state. And you're not a queue, you're st. Yeah, run for queue state. Now, I should probably prefactor to add this. Whatever works, clearly have things figured out, and have your workflow down to a T. Certainly, yeah, it works for me, and there's always ways to improve. I think, but hopefully I'm somewhat effective with with what I got. Certainly, like I'm always on the lookout for like friction and kind of like gross feelings and feelings of like, oh, why do I have to wait for this? And that is my primer for, oh, maybe there's a tooling or process improvement to do. But yeah, I'm always on the lookout for that. I probably have to do a prefactor. To do it right, I would do a prefactor for this. So maybe I should do it right. So we want to run for queue state. Want to run for queue state. Verb in test builder API. Okay, so checkout and branch for queue state. So I think we're in a green state. Yep. All right, so we're doing a new feature, so we want to test. Test builder dot new dot with expectation ed dot with. What did I call it? Run for queue state. Run for queue state some state dot queue state that does a thing with the render queue state. I don't know what it's gonna do. Yeah, run for queue state's not defined. You type TDD red and your colors change. Is that to help remember? Yeah, help me remember and help with the viewing experience to remember what stage cycle you're on for TDD. Yeah, that's exactly it. But yeah. Run for queue state undefined. That's a green. That's a red step. So let's add it. Test. The test builder ought to be able to take a func. Ought to be able to pass in render queue state for ease of use. Let's green it. Have I just been oblivious to that this entire time I'm tuning into the streams? Maybe. Maybe I'm not very consistent with it, and so it's not your fault. But certainly a lot of refactors happen with green color instead of with the correct color. But yeah, I didn't have a good color for refactor other than not red or green. Maybe yellow, but one, that's ugly, and two, yellow implies like between red and green, and that's not when you refactor. So, I mean, I guess yellow is before red, but just regular blue, darkish. Okay. Now, because we're just in green, I'm going to only implement it for the QGL test builder. Run with for QState. You don't need to name this parameter. It's really b dot with q dot run. We still need to implement with q. That's okay. It's not on the Q builder. It's on the expectation test builder. I should really set up an interface that they all have to implement to make to kind of assert that the Fluent API is fluent. But for now, it's just the expectation test builder. Yeah. Expectation. Got to try and make IMGUI render stereoscopic. The IMGUI render stereoscopic shouldn't be too hard. Like, oh yeah, put on your old school blue-red 3D glasses. Yeah. What's IMGUI? VimGUI? What even have I done yet? That's the one. Those glasses are useful. Yeah. What the heck was I doing? I'm smelling a refactor requirement here after we green this test. To do refactor things to use either a consistent interface type, or whatever, in order to cut down on the kind of combinatoric explosion of API. I know what that means to me, so I'm happy with that comment. But it was the expectation test builder that needs a run for QState. We'll put it closer to where it has a run. Oh yeah. It's really that this should be in here, and this is here. So it's like b dot run for QState. Func of don't care what it is, render dot render QState. Just call it. Nice. Taking a break from NVim and then coming back to it feels like you never left. So smooth every time. Yeah. Feels good to use good tools, and it's nice. Yeah, for sure. All right, so that's a green step. Feature implement test builder dot run for QState. And now for the refactor. Okay, so how do we want this to work? What's the design we want? I think the design we want is that the Fluent API just works, that everybody can run with QState, everybody can run, everybody can with Q, everybody can with size, everybody can with expectation, and it works the way the user would expect. I need coffee, but I'll be right back. Okay. I'm hungry. I'm gonna have something to eat as well. Yeah, one thing we could do is like, um, instead of having .run always be the final verb, dot run with Q, dot run this, that, the other thing, and then that specifies the type of func to pass. Um, mhm. Maybe. I don't like that as much. I like having the builder object itself have all the state about what is needed and what is expected. But then you can have like a base object and then customize it for each test downstream by reusing it. We could do it by wrapping kind of the earlier object each time, right? If context was not just a specifically a GL test builder, but a builder like a builder-ish. Thought about using a split like you are in Tmux, though I'm going to zoom my editor screen with Control BZ. Then when I need command line stuff, I'll hop across to the next pane. I'm actually using screen, GNU screen, but it's like Tmux, but even older. Okay. Tests on the left, production code on the right. Once I can apply TDD to my other projects, that is. Vertical split within NVim, you meant to say? Yeah. do I want to call this run for Q state, or do I want to dot with Q state? It would match the dot with Q. Just thinking about, like, with Ghost typing rules, dot run has to have exactly one overload per type that implements it. You can't have two functions with the same name that take different parameters, unless you do nasty runtime any value slicing. If we took these runnables not by a specific type, but by a generic type, would you even have to say with Q? What if it was just dot run? Have I gone mad? Sad face. I was like crying tears, yeah. Do I dare? Oh, I interpret it differently. I see it as like a done with everything face, just fed up. Mm. For me, it's like the. It's this one, but in ASCII. Windot, yeah. Hmm. Very, very important. I used to Google for the emoji and then copy paste it from the web, but that felt slow and annoying, so I tried to find a better replacement. No. Windows E, yeah, for the Explorer. Yeah, there's a few that are like I think it was Pirate Software pointed out like Windows Control Shift L or like something Alt Windows Shift L maybe. Yeah, Windows Control Alt Shift L. There's a keybind by default in Windows to go to LinkedIn.com. Who uses that? I feel bad for them. WTF indeed. There's other ones for like Microsoft and probably Bing. Like, where's my keystrokes at? Control thing. Bing? No. S? M? I don't know what that is. But, anyways, there's, yeah, bad things. This was most of the tests. The okay, assert off and then assert on. Yeah. Run dialog commands to find appwiz.cpl, write ncpa cpl to be the most useful. I always do it for like CMD and Notepad. Those are my go-to, and Calc. But you know, ncpa.cpl. What's that? Network adapters. Ooh, nice. I don't think I know AppWiz either. Okay. What was I doing? Trying to see if I could get an even better API. And the problem was we wanted to specify a size. And I had a terrible idea. AppWiz takes you to the control panel, uninstall programs. Ah. What are you talking about? YCM is starting to annoy me. Oh, we would need to pass in. So the width expectation API right now supports a slice of options that may or may not be empty. And you can't really have a may or may not be empty slice of options and then oh, but you can. You can see the dark blue text well enough? Yeah, and usually it's like just a keyword that there can only be one thing there anyways. Like int is a built-in type. I can like blur my eyes and still know that it's an int kind of thing. But it might be hard to see if you're not used to it. That's for sure. Um, but yeah, we can do this. The horror. Is it dot dot dot? Yeah, I think it is. Uh, you're using Windows Nightlight mode with 70% strength. Maybe that's why. Oh, yeah, that would do it. um, yeah. I'm trying to decide if it makes me sad that this is gonna work or not. I don't. I'm not sure. I am not sure. We need to still implement with Q for uh, this guy, but that's okay. Do I need to do that, or can I just do? No, I do. I would need a new type because it's going to take a function that needs a Q, not a unitary function or void function. And then we're going to do an expectation QGL test builder can run given a function of a render Q interface. E.ctx dot what was it doing? This is backwards. I need to tell an expectation GL test builder to delegate to a thing. Hmm. What? I mean, I guess that would work, wouldn't it? What? I'm not sure I want this to work. But it's working. Dark magics. This is the same switch statement for each of these top level functions. Um, we ought to be able to dry that out. But for right now, like, the tests, um, we don't need to get the queue first. We just say with size. Can specify dimensions and get the queue. Having to pass in the convey context kind of sucks. Not for this change, though. So at least the exposed functions don't have a combinatoric explosion. It's just the builders. Feature. Use package level helpers for even more succinct API. Not sure if I like this or hate this. But at least it's interesting. Yes, please indent things. Thank you. This may be a terrible thing to do, man. A wonderful thing to do, but we're at least gonna clean this up a little bit. So this whole switch on the type of the given function and then pass it to the right method of the thing. I don't want to duplicate the switch statement. Otherwise, we end up with different sets of acceptable values. Uh, it might be something like do run it dot run it dot with q. Let's see what it looks like and then decide if we hate it or not. What the heck am I doing? I may have gone mad with power. We need like a for QState. Run with QState. Okay, so the IMGUI thing isn't as straightforward as you thought. Uh-oh. What is IMGUI? Graphical user. Oh, okay. Um, I may have broke my brain. Hey, Nmap ABI. Oh, thanks for the follow. I like your name. Welcome. You've joined us in a time of like definitely overcooking this kind of Fluent API, but at this point I just want to see how far I can push it. Um, it's for running tests that have very similar use cases but different APIs. So the idea is you take a function that expects to have access to GraphX stuff, and then maybe you check that it did the right thing compared to an expectation file. But I, yeah, ask questions if you're not sure what's going on. I'm happy to answer them. But at the moment, I'm just kind of shocked that this is not fallen over yet. Uh, yeah. So we just need to implement run with QState on a GL test builder. And probably a QGL test builder as well. Run for QState. Takes a func of I don't know if that's going to infinite recurse. When we do a Q test builder, QGL test builder. Okay. If I can, I'd like to have like a kind of topological ordering for the interdependencies amongst these like builder things. I don't want builder A to depend on builder B and builder B to depend on builder A. Um, and right now we don't need to. Okay. And then we still need to tell the I didn't call it run with QState. I called it run for QState. Surely this can't work. Surely this can't work. Like Golang's awesome for having a static typing system, but we can abuse the F out of it too. I'm gonna go. Been good talking through man. Been good talking though. Practice some more TDD soon. Yeah, let me know how it goes. Thanks for stopping by and for not belittling me for the absolute trash that this is. My goodness. Oh my god. It's like a train wreck. You can't look away. Oh. We're like basically introducing the API that throws the static types to the wind in order to be like the most flexible monstrosity. I need to. What about with expectation at a given size? I don't think that would work right now. No, just no. Need to pass a test, a callable. I mean, we could do like arg0 is an any, and then args is a dot 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 any. So we know that we've got enough of them. If len args 0 f well, we could say f is arg0, but then if len of args is greater than 0, is this, and take it out of the args list, and then now args is append slice of any arg0 with args. Ugh. You're a Python dev. You're learning Go. What is your suggestion? Uh, Please speak a lot about what you do. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, if you're a Python person or a Python dev, Go is great for compile time type checking. Like Python's come a long way with those type hints and type assertions, but it's kind of an after the fact thing, and you have to always end up dealing with some library that doesn't have it, or people who do it in a way that works for them, but not for people who are actually using the library. Whereas with Golang, the types are built right into the language, and never are you allowed to have something compile that doesn't satisfy the type checker. The type checker is not as crazy and uh, Turing complete as like the Rust type checker or the C++ template type checker, but it walks a good line between uh, being pragmatic, where you can get around it when you need to, and being useful, where it will keep you from making mistakes that would have been hard to figure out otherwise. Um, so I like Golang for that. I like Golang for being low enough that you can have control over things like when things get allocated and stuff, but high enough level that, you know, concurrency is really nice, and it has garbage collection and kind of a lot of the things that you take for granted until you try to use a language like C or C++. And so I see Go as living between C and C++, but off to the side. Um, yeah, I don't know. Languages boil down to a lot of personal preference. This is actually a terrible example. Do not ever do anything like this. Um, please. But for now, it's kind of fun just to see what we can get away with. Um, yeah. So what am I thinking? I'm thinking, do we want this to actually be committed and like used? I don't know. Oh, I don't think I finished this. I don't think I finished looking at this. Um, oh, hey, Plusser. Welcome back. You got a question. If it's too expensive for the GC to free objects that aren't referenced anymore when they become that, but instead it frees a bunch of objects, then why isn't it costly to do free in C when you don't need the object anymore? Is it a stop the world thing because of the GC? So it's that um, it depends on your use case, right? So the GC is great for moving fast and not worrying about the very complicated thing of manual memory management. There are gotchas like circular references that may or may not be detected depending on what kind of garbage collector you're using. Um, but for example, in Java, you can create like an A object that references B, that references C, that references A, and unless you manually break that ownership cycle, it'll never get picked up by the garbage collector. It always looks like it's in use. So you can still leak memory in a garbage collected language, but it's harder to do, right? For the vast majority of cases, you're gonna just not have to worry about managing memory, which in a lot of applications is a big boost of productivity, and you'll be able to work on features instead of tracking down a double free or a read past the end of a buffer. That being said, the garbage collector does cost when it runs, and some languages you can control when it runs, you can suggest when it runs, or you're at its mercy. Again, different trade-offs, right? If you're just at its mercy, then you never have to think about it, and you always know the certain cases that you shouldn't do, like circular references. Some people want that more control, but then you have to make more decisions. So it really comes down to whether you want to be prioritizing control and reproducibility or kind of moving fast for features. So to your question, it's only expensive for the GC to free objects that aren't referenced anymore if it does it instead of something more important happening. With Go, I think they do it on a separate Go routine. I'm not sure how they do it in Go, to be honest. But yeah, definitely a stop the world GC where it's like, okay, all running threads stop. I'm gonna scan all of memory and delete what I think can get deleted. That's always gonna look slow and cause like jank, right? Java, I believe, is like that. And so, maybe Java should have had more ways to control when the garbage collector runs. I imagine if you dig right into the specific JDKs, like the OpenJDK might have like private non-standard APIs for controlling the GC, but like standard Java, you don't have a way to really control when that GC happens. At least not in the standard versions that I was using. So it certainly can be costly to do a free in C if you're doing a lot of frees. Like you can always write slow code, is what it boils down to. So what is it? IOStream is the C++ one. It's something. Std.io. Int main, int argc, jar pointer argv, return 0. So yeah, std.io, exactly. Void thing, right? So if you do char pointer buff is malloc, 4096 times, let's say 48, because why not? Stdlib for malloc, I believe. I think my completer's in C++ mode, not C mode. So turn off. How get turn off? Set ft equals txt. Star.h. So I believe that's. Yeah, you're right. I'm in C++ mode, where it's like you include IOStream, but yeah, it's include std.ioh. But yeah, let's say you properly allocate and free your buffer, right? Do something with buffer. And then you have like for int I equals 0, I less than 1,000,000 thing. Right? Let's say you do this. Assuming your compiler doesn't optimize things away, and the compiler probably would lift this allocation out, you're going to do 1,000,000 mallocs and 1,000,000 frees. Depending on your standard C library implementation, that might mean acquiring a mutex, 1,000,000 times. What you should do instead is this. Right? Now we allocate it once, and then we free it once. So this is going to be a gajillion times faster. So So you can make free slow. Call it a lot and it'll be slow. One of the things I like to do whenever I get to optimize a C++ app is run the profiler and see how many times we're copying strings, std string, because it's just a bunch of like, copy these bytes to that array, copy that array to this array, copy this array to that array, and then right after the copy you end up deleting the source array. So there was so much accidental copying going on in C++ that it does end up being slow. But if you start using move semantics or kind of pre-allocating your buffer, working with your thing, and then freeing it and making a conscious decision about it, that's when you're going to get the speed up. That's that you can do it this way instead of the Java way of like everyone's just going to do everything all over the place and not think about it. You end up with a faster thing in C, but it is harder to think about. So that's the trade-off, right? Complexity of the code to be correct and the ability to get performance. Kind of more without going outside the bounds of what is normal. But yeah, you can always write slow code, is the unfortunate truth. But yeah, choosing a language is personal. I learned basics about Go yesterday and I began to love Golang. Cool. English is not my own language, but I'm happy for understand your words. Oh, yeah, no, your English seems pretty good. Nmap, don't worry about it. But yeah. Where was I? Okay, I was at the stage of clearly this shouldn't work. We can't let this work. Please don't work. Yeah, okay. So ostensibly consider this to just be one slice. We should just make it one slice. Args is append this. There. And then this. Yeah, so although the API, like the way to use this, won't change at the call site for anything that used to work, what this does is has the compiler check that there's at least one argument and maybe more. But then we just treat it all as just one list of arguments that we know is at least length 1. And so we can take the last one and slice away everything other than the last one and kind of pass things around as we would expect. I'm using ffn for like frick this function in that it's some kind of function, but we're treating it as an any value so that we can basically let people pass in whatever they want and kind of do the right thing. And then the deduction of what type the kind of any function passed in is all centralized in this one switch statement. I want to have one switch statement because I don't want to have to update 7 or 8, 9 or 10 switch statements if I change the set of includable things. I just need every one of these helpers to call the same do run. And this typing will enforce that the things passed here are correct. Yeah, no, I'm having a hard time deciding if I like this or not. Like, if you close your eyes and forget about how it's implemented, this is nice. Test builder, run this test, and you're just gonna get the right thing. run this test. We need to specify the sizes. So, with sizes. We need to specify an expectation. So, with this expectation. I need to add a test for asking for an expectation and a size, because I don't think that will work right now. We don't use that in our tests, apparently, but we will once more people use these helpers. Git commit -m clean try out the type switch for seeing what kind of test to run. Okay, now this is probably going to be a red test. Let's just go to red mode. So yeah, Nmap. I'm using a kind of a development methodology called test-driven development. The basic idea is that when you're developing, you have this concept of steps. And so the first thing you do is you think of a behavior that you want your system to have, and you write a test that asserts that that behavior exists before you actually implement the feature, which is like kind of backwards from what you'd actually think to do. But first you write a test that fails for the right reason, then you do whatever it takes to make the test pass. You can, have hard-coded values, you can have global variables, you can invoke, well, don't invoke undefined behavior, but basically, you can cut corners and code recklessly in order to make the test green. And then once you're in a green state, like the whole code base has tests that are passing, then you refactor. That's when you go back and you clean up after yourself. You kind of cleanse the heresy that you had to introduce in order to make them green. And the thing about it is that you get to a place of green where any change you make in your refactor should not cause your tests to start failing. You know that the tests are passing, and so that means that your system has the behavior that you're testing. So any refactor you do better not break the test, because that means you're breaking the behavior. And so what you end up doing is having these like really productive refactor cycles to clean up your heresy, to make the architecture better, and so that you can more nimbly work in the code base, and to basically have confidence that you aren't breaking things when you shouldn't be breaking things. And it turns out that when you are allowed to commit the heresy and do whatever it takes to make a green step green, you can have a quick green step. And it turns out that when you have a test that you focus on what is the behavior I want, how am I going to make sure that that's actually happening, and you don't care about it compiling. You don't care about it calling the right API in the right order. You don't care about anything other than having a kind of recipe for this is the behavior I want to be true. You can actually have fast red tests. And so you get fast steps here, fast steps here, fast steps here. You end up with smaller changes. You end up with more incremental changes. You end up having a better idea of what it is you're changing when. And you can really derive a lot of benefits if you kind of get good at it. Like you won't be good at it at the start. Nobody is. Nobody ever was. Nobody ever will be. And that's okay. It's something you need to practice. But you end up with a system that has a lot of tests that make sure the behavior you want is there, that you can refactor kind of fearlessly, and that you can add functionality to. And like, that's pretty good promises. So yeah, we're using TDD. So right now I'm on a red step. I'm adding behavior that I don't think is in the system. So I'm gonna write a test that is failing. So the thing I want the system to be able to do is to be able to say with expectation, maybe like with size and expectation, and then I'll pass in a size, maybe 64 by 64, and these like expectations. I want to refactor how these expectations kind of you pass them in, but we'll get to that. So this will be another one against the red expectation, and we're gonna give it a function. And maybe this one will take a render queue state. No, it'll take a render queue. So different. These tests are all in the context of a game that I'm working on, and basically this like family of tests is about running a bit of code and then seeing if we drew the right thing. And so it's all about having an easy way to initialize OpenGL and be in a state that you can kind of just declare here so that you can draw your things and then make sure what happens. So I'm going to say that this should render test dot draw rect ndc. Why type it out when I can copy paste it? So I want the system to be able to support when someone writes testbuilder.withSize and expectation, they can pass in some size, they can pass in this stuff, which is like an expectation thing, and then they can pass in a function that takes a render queue interface. The render queue interface is like, how do you actually serialize the commands that we send to OpenGL? You need a single point of serialization, and that's the render queue interface. So to actually run them on the render queue, you need to queue a function. Each of these functions takes a render.renderQueue interface, render queue state, and we don't care what the state is right now for this test, so we don't name that variable or that parameter, but we will queue the actual work of drawing to OpenGL, and then we will synchronize with the queue by purging everything from it. Yeah, so I want this system to support this. So I'm going to write a test that does it, that uses it the way I want it to be used. And so when I run the tests, it should fail, and it fails for the right reason. Nobody's defined with size and expectation yet. But another kind of weird thing that I'm doing is actually committing at this point. Let's format it in case it's not formatted well, but most of the time you would never commit a test to source control that is failing. But that's kind of the point of this exercise, is to really separate the red, green, and refactor steps. So I'm going to take a red step here and add render test builder, blah, 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 blah. And the purpose of this commit is for testing, and we're going to say that we want to make sure we can get a render queue while specifying expectations and window dimensions. And then I'm tagging all my commits with the step I'm in when I make it. So now that we've done the red step, we can do a green step. And so now we get to make this pass by beg, borrowing, stealing, committing heresy as needed. And within reason, right? Like, part of the reason you practice this is to get better at kind of reading between the lines as to what heresy is productive and what heresy is counterproductive. But we just need to define a with size and expectation test builder. And that's what this is about. So with size and expectation, dxdy are ints. I can explain that if you want, but long story short, that's just the type we need to pass to make the underlying testing framework happy. And then again, just like we did up here, we're going to make sure they pass at least one any arg, but I want to support a variadic args because of the way that expectations can support variadic args. So arg0 is an any, and args the rest is a slight variadic slice of any. And we're just gonna unvariadic it, right? Or unsplit that argument list, because like logically it's one argument list anyways. And the function of interest is the last one. It's just this. There. I need to use washroom real quick. I'm going to put a little syntax error so that I know where to come back to when I come back. All right, so we have a thing. We need to set the size. I think this was enough. And part of the green step is doing the least amount of code, changing the least amount of things that you need to change in order to make everything green. This might pass. Oh, it did not pass. With size and expectation. Arguments matched, but should have been different. Huh? Oh. I am confused as to why we see arguments matched but should have been different. Maybe we should run it verbose. I also don't like how bad this failure message is. Like, which arguments? Hey, Shawshank, welcome back. Okay. Where do we even use this? Oh. Why did I have should not look like file? It should look like file. I don't know how. When did that? When did that happen? Shawshank, how am I doing? I'm doing well. Um, kind of torn as to whether the thing I've just done is a good thing or a bad thing, and it's either really good or it's really bad, and I'm really not sure which. But I'll show you. I just want to check one thing first. Um, where did I add should look like file? Should not look like file. I added it when I was trying to use the package level helpers. I think it was just a typo, like legit typo. Uh, but yeah, it wasn't long ago. Okay, so that should have not happened, but it's working now. It's working now, right? Yes. All right, so that's a valid green step. The tests are passing. That's pretty green to me. Feature implement expectation plus window dimensions. Uh, configuration, parameterization, control for test builders. Okay, so Shawshank. Yesterday we were working on like the OpenGL version choice, right? I think we've got that figured out. We're going to use the compatibility profile, uh, and I'm in the midst of updating tests that need to get updated to use that new kind of code path, the one where we actually pick the profile, because I feel like there's a slight difference between the profile we have picked with this new code and the old code's kind of default profile. And in the midst of that, I was looking at my test builder stuff, kind of like my new way of running these graphical tests. And I have tests for my test builder because tests. But yeah, so it used to be that I had to like do testbuilder.new dot with expectation dot run and then pass a function. But now I can just do testbuilder dot with expectation. And I I think from like the use side of the test builder package, it's actually a lot nicer. Um, I don't have to remember with this with that. I just give it a function, and because of the type of the function, we do different things. Um, maybe that's an anti-pattern that depending on the type of the thing you're passing in, it does drastically different things. But I would argue that like method overloading is doing drastically different things, or maybe not so drastically different things, based on the type of the thing you're given. Um, but the implementation for that is um, Interesting. So for the vanilla, just run this function on a render thread. I don't care about anything else. It's just test builder.run. But we take the function as any argument. And we use the old way of building up a test builder. And then we pass a bunch of things to this do run helper. Do run's job is to run this type switch. Basically saying, okay, function that you gave us, what is your type? What kind of a test do you look like? Do you look like a test that is just a func? Do you look like a test that's a func of render queue interface? Do you look like a func that is one that takes a render queue state? And depending on which of those it is, it just delegates to, F1, F2, or F3. Maybe we ought to encapsulate this in like an object or like an interface or something like that. Can't be stuff for it right now. But basically, when you call one of these, we kind of enumerate the different ways you can run a test and pass whatever they gave us in and just kind of do it. And then depending on these helpers and the type that this ends up being, you end up doing the right thing. Now, this doesn't run when the game runs. This is all just testing. So like, oh no, looking at the type dynamically is slow. Don't worry. The number of type introspections that we're going to do is the order of the number of tests we're going to do. That's not going to be a intractable number, otherwise you wouldn't run the tests. So it just looks so ugly. Like, there's all these. We have all this beautiful type information, and we're just like, go away, type information. And then we like build it back together so that folks can just run their test. And if you want a queue, you just ask for it, and you get it. I don't know. I like the use. I hate the implementation. But it's almost too clever for me to say let's not do it. Have I tried this? LazyGit. Somebody brought up LazyGit the other day. So it's like a curses kind of interface. I don't know. I prefer Bash for right now. I think I don't want to. What stack are they using? It's in Go. I don't want to yuck anybody's yum. But I don't. I don't think I would care to learn it. I can already probably do all the things. Like I already get this in Vim. Bisect. I hardly ever bisect. Nuke the working tree. I mean, that's too fun. I would do it too often. Imaginal commit. Yeah, like work trees. I don't want to deal with that. There's lots of things that would be helpful. Um, well, there you go. You just install it. Nothing lazier than that. But yeah, um, looks neat. I hope it goes well, and I'm sure a lot of people get a lot of use out of it. But I read a nice meme about Rust today. There's the normal safe Rust, the lower level unsafe Rust, the async Rust. It behaves / is written differently. The declarative macros Rust, which is Turing complete, the procedural macros Rust, which is also Turing complete, and the type level Rust, also Turing complete. Yeah, C++ is actually 4 languages in one: the C preprocessor, C, templates, and something else. Classes? Yeah, classes. And they're all like just so orthogonal, but crammed together really hard. But yeah, Rust took it to the next level with what is that, 7 or 8? Yeah. But yeah, I prefer my terminal. People say C++ is bloated. Seems like Rust is 6 languages into a trench coat. Yeah. Oh yeah. Only 6 for now. We'll see. We'll see if that goes up, down, or sideways. But yeah, I think I'm going to keep it like this, and we can always revert later if we want to. So I'm going to check out. Well, first I'm going to move main here, and then check out what GL context, rebase on the main, branch, delete for QState, and then I'm going to reset to this because this was just a whip commit in terms of I wanted to not lose my work. And let's see what happens. I think something needed a render key state for help thing. I forget. Yeah, I was working on um, this. We want not deprecated, and so I was going to do a test builder dot. We need with size. Um, do we have other test builders? Yes. Redner, render queue interface. Oh, I'm not trying to flex by just having data on the screen. C3. Uh, I feel like I've seen that. Yeah, I have seen this. I've not looked into it. Um, maybe once they hit 1.0. There's also like C++2 from Herb Sutter. Um, CPP front. Uh, no, not that. This. syntax too. I would take a look at that if you care. All those C replacement look neat and all, but they're doomed to fail due to no ecosystem and no funding, except maybe Zig. It's Carbon, successor of C++. What's Carbon? C3? Ew. Who uses import? Include, man. Include. Yeah, Carbon is probably comparable to CPP front, but I don't know if they work on this anymore. You hate too much syntax noise? Yeah. I mean, you look at it long enough and all you see is pointer, function, template. I don't even see the code anymore. I'm joking. I think we can just do this. Okay, yeah, I think I got distracted by the checker transparency or not. But I wanted to look at yeah, so this is different. That's kind of broken. That's pretty broken. That is also broken. But I think I was working on trying to get this. So what I'm doing is I'm cycling through expectation file and kind of the rejection file. So if we do this sequence of commands, we should expect a certain image, but we actually got this image. And that's what the tests do, right? They just compare against the golden copy. But those images are pretty similar. And I think it's just that our comparison is trying to be helpful when it needs to be less helpful and less smart. So I was going to do... So we don't use the deprecated helper anymore. So that's good. We can do better here. Disk builder dot with expectation. And we pass in the render test background color of blue. And then we just give it the function we want it to call. Just give it. I don't know if GoFumped is gonna be upset with me for this or not. We made a mistake. We probably don't need one of the layers of things. Yeah. Except I want this to be indented enough to make me think that it's a new scope kind of thing. Uh, what? Three. Okay. Try again. Happier. That is bad. This is red with border. We might need to say render test dot. Not image color, but color. RGBA. Red is 0. Green. We could just give it the 0 value. Red with border is still. Oh, I need to give it black. This is uint8s, yeah. Hold on. Our clear color should be opaque, right? Do you not have GL right now? Don't ask me why that. That shouldn't have been necessary, and I shouldn't have known that I could do that to fix it. That is... I'm brain melding too much with the completer I'm using. We shouldn't need a background, because the background is used for blitting the expected value onto a background so that we can have an expected value that has transparency. The reason the image is mismatching is because when we take the screenshot, the new image has transparency. Why does the new image have transparency? Because now we have alpha channels in our frame buffer? Question mark? But even so, we should be able to, well, gl.color buffer bet. We should have ran the test. Let's do this before we push the clip points. I need to do this in case we don't generate the thing. Okay. Red with border we just fixed. Why did with expectation, we shouldn't have to specify a black background. Test region clipping. We probably want to do cache busting as well. Okay. What? Oh, I ran a different command. Okay. Removing that. Oh. Removing this should not fail the test. They should get a blank square to begin with. Yeah. So then if this fails again, it's because of crosstalk. Redwood border. Okay, it's crosstalk. So crosstalk is doing things that mean test A runs, and that affects the results of test B. And we don't want that. So there's some kind of GL state that's leaking. It's probably to do with a clear color. But if we can find where the thing actually runs. It's in the prep, right? Looking at this, we can just defer enforce invariance, and we'll be fine. Well, I shouldn't change this right now. To do clean can just defer enforcing the invariance whether Mannix or not will get the intended behavior. But yeah, so maybe we check the invariance and what are the invariants? So the current foreground color and the current background color. Ooh. Alpha does matter for background slash clearing though. What is going on? Matrix mode was leaked. Eh? Okay, so drawing the text, we might be clobbering state. I want to understand push attribute because I don't know it. We should be using this more often. But yeah, I think we want to make sure we check the depth stuff. Let's run just the text tests and see if they are upset. Okay, they're not happy. we should just push attribute color buffer bit word with gl.depth buffer bit. And then we don't need to worry about disabling blend or restoring that. And we don't need to worry about disabling depth test. Might as well put all the attributes together. And test fresh adds its own dash count one. Yeah. Yeah. At least they're consistently broken. Okay. Why would we get blankness when trying to render a string? We ought to have the logs for... No, we won't have the logs. We don't have trace bracket right now. You get a warning logger. So right now we're using a feature of convey, which is we are focusing on some of these tests. So it doesn't run any of them except for the ones labeled focus convey. Now it we might be able to run this under the debugger and look at what we're rendering. We're not swap buffering, are we? We'd have to... No. At the end of the day, like, this is going to... Sorry? Yeah, it's right there. The transparent background should be irrelevant for this. Like, should look like text is only going to have non-transparent example expected files. What? Data key. Oh, sorry. The validation says it needs to not have a prefix of test data. Yeah, because test data reference itself adds the prefix. Test data slash file name. Test number file. Yeah. Oh, okay. To do. Should just take a single arg. So that call sites will have exit 0 when they go to clobber. Otherwise, it looks like we're overwriting. Looks like we're overwriting the first arg with who knows what. Like, it screams to me that there's something very wrong about. Oh, sorry, I'm disappearing. There's something very wrong about the whole context. Wait a minute. Overlaid lines at 0 is passing. We're trampling on our own state. We're trampling on our own state. So we can render lol. No. It's not that. It's that we're able to match the dict dimensions, but not the unnatural dimensions, and then wait, what? The same dimensions as the first time. Yeah. Okay, so basically that means we're not cleaning up after ourselves in here. Oh, we should probably just call append once and give it 4 values, but whatever. Same with this. Okay, what GL calls do you do here? Gen buffer, bind to the array buffer, defer unbinding to the array buffer, buffer data, gen buffer bind, unbind, buffer data. Yeah, okay. So I don't think it's in build loading cache. Nope, I don't see where we do things that would breakity break it. I shouldn't have given a warning longer. That's very succinct. I need more verbosity. Why am I not getting trace logging? We're doing this fine. We can draw that. But when we go to clean, we're not. Maybe it does. Hmm? What? Oh 0504. Stack underflow. We tried to pop a matrix stack that only had one element in it. We can push attribute here instead. Um, UGL.push attrib color buffer bit instead of get set defer reset. Okay, so we couldn't prep because somebody set the background color to 0000. Uh, Also, someone tried to pop an empty stack of matrices. We're not calling this. We're not calling this. We're not calling this. Blank and draw rect. But this uses a color that we would want. We should use the debugger. I'll be right back. We might want to put RZ. do swap buffers. So I might be able to actually look at it, kind of. We should do that actually, because well, Pop Matrix won't panic. It'll just queue a GL error. Why would the background color be 0000? It would be 0000 if we popped to the initial value without having set it. Okay, I think I'm about done for today. We can dig into that error tomorrow. But I think we learned a few things about what? Yeah, maybe we didn't learn anything, but got to hang out. That was fun. Uh, Thanks so much for watching. Hope to see you again next time. OBS is not letting me stop my stream. Hello, OBS. I want to leave now.